This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. It is a cloudy afternoon here. We are very excited to have you on board with us this afternoon for the game drive. We will be reporting live this afternoon from Djuma, Angala and Pride Lands. So that's good, we have a bit more feeds this afternoon. So please jump on board and welcome to your very own live safari from the African bush. Welcome back again to Djuma. As you can see, it is a bit of a cloudy afternoon. We are currently at Ngala. We came to check if Tingana was in this area. My name is Cedric and I have the RV camera with me this afternoon. Yeah, so we just came here to have a look if we can find anything at Ngala. No luck, unfortunately. I think our plan for this afternoon is to check this area. If Tingana maybe went into an opening or is lying on the road, it would be easier to find him. And then we will drive around and see what we can find. Yeah, it's not too cold this afternoon, so it's quite nice. Please don't forget to send us your questions. You can go to #WildEarth on Twitter, @FC on YouTube, and you can also register on our website to send your question on a live safari page. Also, if you're underage, you can send us some emails on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv and tell us your age, and we will be answering your question with pleasure. Okay, so I think we will start moving and see if we can see any sign of Tingana. Yeah, so they lost him in this area this morning, so we say why not try. Okay, so as you can see, it's a bit cloudy here, but let's see what is the weather at our other locations.
Sunny everywhere, it is not. It is cloudy and chilly and windy and wintry, to be honest. But my name is Lauren and I do have PK once again with me on camera. And you can see the clouds. It's definitely not sunny. Something has went wrong with that radar report. Whew. The wind is just, since this morning, not let up, really. But we are on our way to see if we can find Miss Kalamba. I know where she was left this morning. She's in a spike thorn thicket. Visual said to be 1 out of 5. But because of where she is, very close to Gowrie Main, if she's not hoisted it, she's in trouble. That will absolutely attract the attention of hyenas at some point, but it may also attract the attention of other leopards. We're seeing multiple leopards all over the sands, not just Djuma. Oh, there's a little bee eater. Can you see it, Beaks? No. Don't fly away. It's still there, just on a further tree. There you go. Hello, little bee eater. You know, they really stand out against such a barren, monotonous winter landscape. When you see the coloration of a little bee eater, it really is quite joyous. I love those birds. I was talking about them this morning. But yes, we're seeing multiple leopards in sightings all across the sands, from Arathusa, Simbambili, Mala Mala, Singita, Londolozi, everywhere, because it's winter. Times are tough. They're flying away. You can see the little bee eaters everywhere. Just a spark of green. There we go. Green happens to be my favorite color. All shades of it. Candice, you're also looking forward to more spots. Absolutely. Absolutely. I try not to make a plan, but of course, if there's a leopard on a kill, especially Kalamba, who we don't always get to see, we definitely follow up. Scratch around, see if we can find her. And I just think with the way winter is rolling in with the competition, just have a feeling that we're going to see more than just Kalamba today. Oh, and off it goes. I love khaki, I love lime green, I love emerald green, apple green. Oh, I love all the colours of green. It is just such a fantastic colour. Purple's not too bad too. But green's my favourite colour. What's your favourite colour, Beaks? Green! Blue! Oh, of course, blue for boys. Okay, we're gonna go this way, I think, and then come in. Sorry, I had to think about that there. But Kalamba, she's really pushing in lots of different properties, huge territory, really mobile little lady, and therefore it's not always we get to catch up with her, so when we can, we will. And as I bumble off towards our princess, it appears Marcus and Ngala wants to say good afternoon.
So we are heading towards the last position of that Ngala lip this afternoon, and hopefully we will be able to see her wherever she will be. A very good afternoon and warm welcome to andBeyond Ngala in Kruger National Park. I am Marcus, and on camera I've got Owen this afternoon. There goes his thumb. So yeah, I'm glad our viewers have joined us back home, and equally as happy that at least this afternoon we are able to join and be able to show or share the beauty of Kruger with all of our viewers. And of course, we have had a busy week with lots of guests, which is appreciated. But yeah, we do think about our WildEarth family as well, and hence we are as excited to have joined this afternoon. It's a very beautiful weather at Ngala, at least for this afternoon. So just a minute ago it was sunny, and now it looks like the sun has vanished, because of course there is a bit of cloud cover, but it's also quite windy. That makes it a little bit chilly. Not too bad though. So yeah, the plan for this afternoon, like I mentioned, that Ngala female and her youngsters, it's what I am hoping to follow up on. And fingers crossed we find them, and also later maybe try and catch up with the Birmingham Pride, because I also know where they were last seen this morning. So that's the area that we are gonna make our way to after trying for Ngala female, of course. While I still make my way to the previous position of Ngala Lip, we are going to send you over to JP in Pride Lands, who would like to say hi to the viewers.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live on Bushwalk at Eco Training Pridelands. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Paul. At the moment we're busy staring at a dinner table for a tree squirrel, and a few days ago we found this little spot, and we've noticed that there's actually a few more of the pellets that of the marula kernels that has been deposited over here. Over here we can see the pieces that's been gnawed off as he was actually accessing the inside to get to the seed. So those little seeds on the inside is very high in vitamin E and is a wonderful source of protein. We also find that humans will often open these, and what I find particularly interesting is if you do give a person a bag of these nuts that's been opened, it is actually regarded as one of the biggest qualities of friendship towards that person. Some of the other things we can notice over here is a few fecal pellets that's been also left behind by the squirrel. Those aren't as tasty as the nut itself, and I had them accidentally in my Pro Nutro, as I had a squirrel a few years ago that decided to climb into my box and eat the Pro Nutro, and it tastes pretty awful if I have to think of it. But coming back to the nut itself, I like the inside of these nuts myself. Sometimes I also use this little miniature candles in terms of burning them. The oil itself has also been extracted from the seeds. It's also been used in cosmetics, as well as in previous times it was rubbed on skin to hydrate and moisturize dry skin. So for those of you that are familiar with marula fruit, the fruit is also made into a beer, as well as made into a very famous cream-based liqueur, which is known as amarula cream. So these little kernels are incredibly hard, and what I find fascinating about the squirrel as it's a rodent, it's got a pair of incisor teeth that is continuously growing, and they actually move over one another. In some cases, some rodents actually will hone the incisor teeth onto silt as well as onto other siltstone to keep them nice and sharp, so that they can gnaw with ease through these hard kernels and seeds. Good afternoon, Lisa, and welcome to the show. The bush does have a lot to offer, and especially when you become interested in the smaller stuff and you start moving away from the traditional high-profile species such as elephant, lion, buffalo, and leopard, and you get involved into birds, tracking, flowers, and to those things, you will actually discover a whole new element to the natural environment. What I also do like about walking is that walking actually gets me away from the vehicle, and it's what actually allows you to observe unique little tracks as well as field signs such as this squirrel dinner table that we have discovered a few days ago. we're going to continue and go and see what else we can go and find.
So we're currently at Gary Dam. Going to sit here a while. There's not much. It's quite quiet here. There's a monitor lizard. Maybe I will reverse a bit and we can have a look at it. There we go. What a monitor. We often see them on this tree, this dead tree. Generally there's two of them. I see only one at the moment. See the second one. Just left. Don't know if you will be able to get it there.
Got its tail.
Yeah. They are very strong reptiles. But leopards like to catch them. I think we saw my ribs. I think it was with Tristan a few days back where he caught one.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. So we are in that area where the Ngala lip was reported to have been seen last. So I am, as you can see, just trying to figure out where these other vehicles have cut off the road earlier. Because of course we need to minimize impact when it comes to going off-road like this, so we pretty much try and use one-two track in and off the road, which for us of course will be much easier to rehabilitate if it becomes like a prominent two track. But yeah, so that is what at least we will be hoping for. Looks like there is a bit of a trail back here, which I think might actually be where they have went off the road earlier. But of course, because it was just one car that went in, it's not as clear to see. Just hoping that it is. So just bear with me as I try to find a way in here, which, as you might see, it's not that easy. I'm just hoping that these animals, maybe they hear me drive here and then avail themselves, which would be quite nice. But of course, right, I think I have our leopard on site here. But while we're still positioning, we are going to send you over to Djuma and Cedric. All right, I'm just trying to reposition so that I can be able... Left and down. Like that. That okay? There you go. Just glad we were able to relocate on this female that has actually been tormenting us for the past couple of days. And it's usually her youngsters that we do find in this area. I'm just happy that we find her here. I am not too sure where her youngsters might be at this time, but I'm glad we could find her. And as you can see, she is just resting for the day here under that guarri bush. So much as there is a bit of a breeze, I did mention that it gets cold time and again. But yeah, now the sun is out, and I'm sure she appreciates that shade, because of course at this time these leopard and all predators for that matter, this is the time when they sort of take it easy for the day after having been active during the night. And with this particular leopard, because she has got youngsters, we have been seeing her youngsters, but not necessarily having seen her for a long time, because she will go hunting, and because to her failure is not really an option since she's suckling those cubs. She will even defy the odds, and then you'll find her hunting even at this time of the day, at this sort of weather. Because of course feeding those two youngsters takes a lot from her, a lot of energy. And of course, unlike lions that will be cooperating when it comes to hunts and that, this leopard is solitary. As you can see, she is the sole provider of this family. And of course, for the well-being of her youngsters, she will need to hunt a lot more, because those youngsters are at that age that they also eat meat now. Let's see, that's not a very, very clear view of this leopard, but I'm sure everyone can agree with me. She is quite a beauty. Then she's got her head down, which makes it hard for us to see her. So from the update that we found in the morning, she was last seen in this area here where we did find her. Oliver, I'm very happy you got to join us this afternoon. So I think you want to know about the leopard population at Ngala. So we do have some leopards at Ngala, like I'll say roughly around 6 or 8 that we know of. And of course, on occasions we will find or see some leopards that we haven't really seen. So for an area that has got 14,700 hectares, of course there will be a whole lot of leopards than these numbers that I'm mentioning now. So it's just that most of which aren't that relaxed. Sometimes you will have a brief view of a leopard which you can't really identify, meaning maybe you have seen him or her for the first time. However, there are some that we know. In the case of this Ngala female that you see on your screen there, so this is one of those that we can recognize amongst others. And of course, there are others that it has been a good while since we last saw them. And regardless of what reason might be, because sometimes, especially for these males, well, I think for both sexes, they do push each other out like that. Because as you might know, in the bush like this, it's more about who is more powerful than who, One's territory is always up for the taking at any given time. So it all comes boiling down to power. And of course, if there is a leopard that's defending a territory that's rich when it comes to this prey species, that's what ideally other leopards will be wanting, and then they'll try and fight that particular leopard for that territory. And with that story, of course, others can defend their territory successfully, but others just can't. It's just the way it is. It's nature, I guess. Yeah, she's finding herself a nice spot there where she's just enjoying the breeze under that small shade. I see that shade is not the biggest of shades around. However, for her only, it's enough, which is what that leopard was after when she went to that shade. Of course, as you can see, trying to take it easy, like the past couple of days that we've been following them. I did mention we did find some youngsters, but we haven't really seen them feeding on any kill of late, which means she will have to do a lot more hunting. So for those viewers who might have seen this leopard, this is indeed that Ngala female, the one that has got 2 youngsters. And those youngsters, I can't really see where they are now. No, there is a chance they might be somewhere here. And if we maybe try stick around, we might be able to see them. Maybe showing us a bit of movement.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond Angala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Angala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're out and about and looking at tracks, trees and plants this afternoon. Hopefully the wind will also subside and we'll be able to get a little bit of birding in. So one of the plants that we did find over here is known as a devil's fawn. And as you can see, it's got two little horn-like structures on the tip. Now, this is a member of the sesame seed family, and one of the strategies that this plant has is to actually get stuck underneath the feet of animals with those two little thorns, and as the animal will walk off, it will crush the seed to pieces, and in that way it will be distributed. And that's why we often find devil's fawns on footpaths, which is often used by animals. So there's also a number of interesting practical uses for which you can use this, and one of them is making a soap. I'm just going to break off this little piece already. I'm going to put it on my hands, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to crush it. I'm just going to add some water over here, and very soon you'll have a very slimy, soapy substance which you now can use for washing yourself, as well as hair, as well as whatever needs being washed. One of the other interesting things is because of it having the soapy texture, it's also often used in rural areas to actually lubricate the birth canal of cattle when they are giving birth, to ease labor so that the calf can come out more easily. I'm going to go and try and clean my hands as it's now quite soapy. And then some of the other little things that we can see down here, there's little pellets that's been left there by a scrub hare. And these we refer to as night feces, as both hares and rabbits will produce both night and day feces. So at night time, the food that they defecate won't be re-eaten. The feces that's produced in the daytime will again be ingested. And the reason is because they've got fairly poor digestive systems. The same with most species of rodents, they also have to feed on their own dung twice to regain those B vitamins as well as other nutrients which wasn't absorbed on the first ingestion. If we look at it, it's fairly light in texture. I often used to, on very windy days or light windy days, just break them because they break easily and the little fragments then just float off, which makes it a very useful way of checking wind direction. And wind direction is incredibly important for us as guides, especially when we're working on foot, as we don't want to unnecessarily bump into animals. We're going to continue and go and see what else we can go and find, but let's go and check what Marcus is up to.
Yeah, we are still sitting here with the Ngala female. And since the last time you saw her, she hasn't really moved an inch. Just opening her eyes every now and then. The Ori trying his best to show the face to our viewers. Just see how peaceful she looks. No one resting like that. And of course, if you look at that area that she's resting in, much as most part of the reserve here has got a lot of tall, dry grasses. And you can see she's very much exposed where she is, which works well for us, much as there are some bushes around her, but there isn't a lot of these, long grasses that would make our view virtually impossible. So at least much as she's not moving, you will be able, like we are able to see this beautiful rosette and of course that white underbelly. So she sort of stands out. She hasn't really blended in where she is. And from all the hunting that she is doing daily, of course it will stress her. It will take a lot of energy. Yeah, that's a very good question, actually, Ingrid. So these leopards, of course, much as in one's eye they might look the same, of course, the pattern, the rosettes and all that. But when you do spend a little bit of time with them, you are able to pick up that, individual future, if I can put it like that. And of course, sometimes the territory to a lesser extent helps as well, where exactly you find this leopard and what sex also of the animal that also will pretty much say which one it might be more or less, because much as this might be Ngala female's territory, if you find a male here, of course it won't be Ngala female, because the male can come here looking for this female, and vice versa. Sometimes these females can walk into a male's turf just looking for mating rights. And some of these leopards, you find that as youngsters, they have got some wounds, and then they will be scarred, and you will know, like, no two leopards will have same scar at the exact same place. So those will be the sorts of things that you will be looking for. And of course, sometimes size also will be able to tell you pretty much which one this one might be. That being mentioned, I personally cannot really recognize all of the leopards that we get here. However, there are those few that I can tell that which one is this one, including this Ngala female that we see on our screen here. And of course, I find this leopards beautiful. As for this one, when we try and follow her up, we do struggle finding her, because I think she's got a good reputation of hiding maybe when she hears vehicles or even voices. But one thing that I love about her, amongst other things, it's how relaxed she is when you do finally catch up with her, which is quite nice, It's not every day you get to spend this sort of quality time with leopards, especially in our area here. There are some leopards, like big males, that we find, and some of which we know, where if you find them during the day like this, they just run. You won't even spend 5 seconds with them, literally. So they'll just run away from you like that. But of course, the Ngala female is this relaxed. So now I'm just hoping that she wakes up and then do a bit of activity, whether be it running or even going back to wherever she might have left her cubs earlier, So, Michaela, you would like to know how much time do leopards spend resting? Michaela, on that one, I think it always depends on situations, if that makes sense. Like with her situation, she does a lot of hunting. She's got youngsters to look after. So, of course, a leopard that may be a female that has got no youngsters to look after might rest even a lot more than she would, and also it will pretty much depend on the success rate when she has gone out hunting. The more animals she kills, the more time she can get resting, if that makes sense. But if she doesn't kill as much and she has got youngsters to look after, Of course, occasionally she will take this time to rest, recuperate on the energy that she would have used, but in those situations, then she won't get as much time to rest. You know, much as we can put time and hours in that, but I think it pretty much depends on situations than putting straight time that leopards will rest 18 hours, you know. But as you can see, I'm just hoping if maybe she stands up, we'll also be able to tell whether or not she might have fed recently. And even now, like I can't see any of her youngsters anywhere here. Like I've taken my binoculars, scanned around, but no sign of those youngsters, which also might be an indication of that she hasn't really been that successful. So she has left them somewhere and then went out hunting, in which case now she'll just be resting a little bit and then she'll have to keeping on, you know. And I'm just glad that her youngsters also, when we do find them, you know, they are as relaxed as this female leopard is, which means that then at least in the near future we will have 2 more relaxed leopards in our area. And hopefully these ones that are running now, when we get to wherever they are, will, you know, relax in time. If they do get used to this cars viewing them, they do get used to all the sounds that we make, the sounds that the vehicles make. And then with time, I think we are likely to be able to habituate them. And of course, it will just take some time, because as the viewers might know, an area like Ngala here, which is not fenced, you know, at any given time there can be an animal that you've never seen before in your life. And then depending on where it's coming from, because some of these animals will come from Kruger, like in areas we can't really traverse. And if that's the case, being from Kruger, where they know they get viewed from the road, and then all of a sudden it comes in here and then we sort of follow it off-road, it can be uncomfortable to these animals. But with time, they will get used to that. So it will take a little bit longer to habituate animals that come here as adults, you know, as opposed to the ones that we've seen at an early age. I can't hear any sounds at all, even a bit of contact calling maybe from those cubs if they were somewhere close here, which I sort of doubt that they might still be in this exact area where the mother is.
Welcome back to Djuma. We're currently on quarantine, and we found some impalas sitting in the shade. It is a bit quiet here. Didn't see much. So we did look in the area where Ngala was this morning, but no luck, unfortunately. So I think we'll go back there this afternoon. Well, a bit later this afternoon. You can see these impalas are very relaxed. I think they will start moving again soon to feed a bit more before night time. Last time I was here, I saw quite a few little bee eaters here, so I'm trying to look if I can find them again. Little bee eaters are beautiful little birds.
Gotta love a tip. That wind just literally came on the live. Sorry about that, everyone. You gotta love a terrapin sighting. I mean, they're never entirely the most riveting sightings, but you gotta appreciate these little guys. Their survival method, just their presence in the ecosystem. Oh, we've got a nice black creek behind. It's a black creek, very
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala. Oh, she almost gave us a bit of action there, which is pretty much about the only action that we have had ever since we got here. I guess it's an action nonetheless, so we might as well, enjoy it. But of course, these leopard, it's not being lazy as we might think. She does need something like that, a bit of a breather, And as a solitary animal like that, where the father to these cubs don't really play any role, now because she's not moving a lot, I think we will most likely leave her here, and we're going to hand you over to Cedric and Djuma, see what he has got for us.
Welcome back to Djuma. We found a beautiful brown snake eagle on top of that marula there. It is a bit far, but I'm a bit scared if I go closer, he might fly away. So we're currently on quarantine. We did check for Tingana on the other side there, but we didn't see anything, so we'll try again this afternoon, well, later this afternoon. Just having a look at this beautiful snake eagle. Yeah, so one way to recognize a brown snake eagle, you can see they have a very big head, also beautiful yellow eyes, and they don't have any feathers on their legs because they are not true eagles. Snake eagles generally don't have feathers on their legs. So they eat mainly snakes, but they will eat also monitor lizards, for example, and chameleons. Trying to balancing in the wind there. Obviously they have very good eyesight. I think with the wind now it's a little bit easier for him to just rest on the tree, and maybe he will start flying again soon. So they can weigh up to 2 kilograms. Okay, I think we will continue on our side, see what we can find. In the meantime, we'll send you to JP on the bushwalk.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. At the moment we are about looking at tracks, field signs, also some plants and whatever else comes our way. One of the trees that we noticed right over here at the dam, this is known as a buffalo fawn, and what we did want to point out is these incredible mechanisms, protective mechanisms that they have over here in terms of fawns, which is one is pointing upward and the other one pointing downward. So quite often in a number of Southern African cultures, this tree actually plays a very important role in terms of burial rites, as it's believed to capture a man's spirit, and then the branch is transported back to where he was born. But what actually stood out for us is the little pieces of mud that was actually on the tip of this plant. So as we moved, we looked at it and we actually discovered that it's quite dry. So what we can do with mud that has been deposited on plants, we can normally look if it's dry or wet, and this will help us to determine if that marking has been fresh. We'll also look directly underneath us on the ground to see if there's any more mud, and then for the presence of a footprint. And this is one of the ways that we quite often detect dangerous animals when we are on walk. So some of the other things that I find particularly interesting about this plant, it's not only browsers that will feed on these leaves, such as kudu, but also humans. The leaves is often being used as alternative to salad. It's also often eaten by Zulu ladies, as it's believed to act as an aphrodisiac. But lastly, if you do have a sore throat, you can also eat the leaves and swallow that juices, and that will be helping to clear up that sore throat. Some of the other interesting things what I really like about this plant is that it's associated with coffee, and the seeds is often roasted for the making of coffee, or a substitute for coffee. We're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Welcome back, everyone. Just as you can see, a bit of grooming happening there. Of course, these are the sorts of activities that we can see with the beautiful Ngala female. And as the viewers might be asking themselves, the ones that do not know how the name came about, so this leopard, like as a youngster, the mother would leave her at this huge Ngala tree that we've got in our property, which is actually not too far from where she is now. And also, we've been seeing her growing up like that, and then even when she has gained independence, which is at around 18 or so months, we've been pretty much seeing her in that exact same tree, which was a Ngala tree. And that's how the name came about, the Ngala female. She wasn't a very good hunter of Ngalas, if maybe people were wondering, but she got a name from that, or from hanging on that tree a lot of times, or around that tree. And of course, she has made it her territory now on her mother's absence, because the mother died about a few years ago. I think it was early 2019. And also, Ngala female here, she was quite so. Aneka, you wanna know what's the percentage of leopard that makes it to adulthood? Other word, maybe survival rates of the cubs. So it is fairly low, Aneka, especially in areas like ours, where you've got a huge density of lions as well as hyenas, because these leopards, as cubs, sometimes they will fall victim to those animals. So not a lot of them make it to adulthood. One thing that actually works in their favor is their ability to be able to climb a tree at an early age, because that is how they'll make these quick escapes. But yeah, a lot of these predators, because they can go for them they are vulnerable, you know. Like even a leopard this size can be vulnerable to these animals. More so if maybe there is a bad day where they're not as healthy, sick or something, or even if they've been injured, you know. And hence, we say when the mother is not here, we don't really view those youngsters, because that's when they are most vulnerable. Because, of course, youngsters are intrigued by many, many things, including our presence, you know, where they are, because they would want to look at us. And if you find that you are viewing youngsters, the mother is not there, who has got experience when it comes to survivor instinct, you know, and then these cubs will just be looking at us while, for instance, there is a hyena that's sneaking from behind them, and they can't see that because they get distracted by our presence. So it's more sensitivity side of things, you know. Yeah, so I think now, like, this leopard, we've been looking for her for quite some while, so it's gonna be a sought after sighting. As soon as the next car gets here, we will have to leave this area with them. In the meantime, we are going to hand you over to Cedric.
Yeah, so welcome back to Djuma. We're currently at Gary Dam, and we found two beautiful saddle-billed storks busy fishing. They are beautiful birds. I really like to see them. So the one in front would be the male, and the one at the back would be the female. The easier way to see that is by looking at the eyes. So the female have bright yellow eyes, and the male would have brownish eyes. They are very big birds. They can stand up to 1.5 meters tall, and their wingspan can be up to 270 centimeters, so 2.7 meters. So they're quite big. So now we're probably looking for some fish to feed on, or some frogs. It's amazing, when we arrived there, they were on the other side of the dam, and so quickly they made their way on that side. So they move quite fast while looking for food. I really like the colors on them. Yeah, Linda, you just love storks. Me too, especially this one. These colors are amazing. It's funny, they coming closer and closer, which is quite nice. It's just sad that they're a bit close to the dam wall, which make the view of them a bit more difficult. So they will weigh around 6 kilograms, which is quite heavy, but again, they are very big. I'm not sure if you still have a good view of them now.
One of them, yeah.
The issue is that if I start the car and move a bit closer, they might fly away, and I don't really want to disturb them. What I'm hoping is that we continue walking in that direction and maybe stop next to the car. That would be quite awesome.
Gentlemen, direction standing by for Angala. Any update?
Sorry about that. I'm going to wait here because they might pop just right next to us. So they are listed as endangered in South Africa, but we commonly quite see them often. It is very nice to see them fly as well. It's very impressive when they fly. Yeah.
Lost him for now, but he's coming.
Yeah, sorry, we can't see them anymore, but they might just pop out in front, just next to the car, so I think it's worth waiting a bit. Olivia, I would like to know, how do we age a bird? Yeah, it will be mainly looking at the feathers, the colors of the feathers. For example, it will be the best way to differentiate between sub-adult and adults. But if you ask me now how old are these saddle-billed stork, it will be quite difficult for me to let you know. But they are definitely adults. For example, the battler, the sub-adult is a completely different color than the adult for the battler eagle. And so this is how we know if they are fully grown or still juvenile. I really hope we come closer. It would be awesome. I don't know if you can hear, but there's lots of grey go-away birds calling now. There he comes, yeah. I really would like to know if saddle-billed stork are always found in pairs. Yeah, often they are in pairs. But it can happen sometimes that there's only one individual. Sorry, I will talk a little bit softly because it's getting quite close to us now. But they live in pairs, yes. How nice was that? It was not very comfortable being so close to us. Let's wait, maybe the female will come now. Ian, I think you asked if legs can get stuck in the weeds when they walk in the water. Probably it can happen, but generally they're so used to walk in the dams, in the water, because they spend a large amount of time walking in the water to feed. So I think it can happen, but might be very rare. It was quite nice that they came so close to us. It is very nice with the sun reflecting in the water now. So we stayed in that area because we were thinking maybe Tingana would still be around here, and we decided to come check the dam again. And we found these two beautiful storks here. We made like a total round of the dam almost, just by walking. Lee, you would like to know if crocodiles will pose a threat to these birds? Yeah, definitely. If they have the chance to catch one, they will definitely try. But I think they have good vision, these birds, and they stand quite tall on top of the water, so they can see the crocodiles coming, but I'm sure a few of them have been caught by crocodile before. Crocodiles eat everything. Any chance they have to catch something, a bird or antelope, they will try. Crocodiles often catch Egyptian goose, which are generally, I think, a little bit more faster than the saddlebill stork to take off. So I'm sure they would be able to catch some saddlebill stork as well. I don't think there's any crocodiles in that dam though. Well, I never saw a crocodile here. I might be wrong. Still looking for food. It is very quiet at the moment here. There's some birds. I really hope to find Tingana this afternoon. Hopefully with more cars out from now, maybe we'll have more chance to find him. Okay, so I think we had a good view of his saddlebill stork. They're moving off now a little bit further. So I think we'll continue on our adventure and see what we can find.
Welcome back. So we are now at this lovely Clara Dam, which is actually close to the eastern boundary on the property. It's in the eastern section of the property. And yeah, we are actually on our way to see the lions, but we thought we must make our way past here and see some of these beautiful creatures like that hippo that you can at least see the nostrils there until he's submerged. So, like, we are heading to where the lions were last seen, and it was somewhere quite close to this water body here, and it looks like there isn't a lot of action here. I can hardly see any birds today, and the hippos, as you might have seen earlier, also getting shy like that. But of course, hippos are animals that are quite water dependent. And with that sensitive skin, they need the cooling from this water source. And time and again, as you saw earlier, they will submerge like that. And yeah, it's just a matter of time before he pops out again. some francolins on the side there. You can see the small island as well. So these waterhole have been actually very full this year. So that small island that you see there shows that the water is actually starting to lessen and lessen every day. Because of course we are in our dry season and we are not expecting any heavy rains, at least not while it's still this winter anyway.
No luck with Miss Kalamba yet, I'm afraid. But this is a second pair of steenboks. Now I say pair, there is another one. There are definitely two there. One's just gone flat in the grass, and it's the second pair that we have seen today where the male with the horns we were looking at has been chasing and chasing and chasing the female. Because sometimes they spend a lot of time apart. If the two of them are always together, then it draws attention to them. So very often you'll see the male and the female sort of... They're solitary, really. So why are they together? And why is this a second pair where we've seen the male chasing her? I'm just wondering if possibly there's some mating going on. Look at that. Yep. Yes, we see you guys. What are you up to? He's smelling her. I wonder if she's coming into estrus. Smelling her rump like that. He's just using that organ of Jacobson. Okay, Starling. To try and figure out, analyze her chemical. Yeah, he wants to mate with her. Now, whether they mate or not, I'm not sure. But he's tending to her right now. He's not leaving her side. This is very sweet. Hello, guys. Oh. He's following her. That's really unusual. He's tending to her, and it's a tending book. They're a little bit suspicious of our presence, but that's okay. I'm not going to turn on the engine or anything. But he's definitely tending to her. She must be coming into estrus. Or she's releasing some sort of hormone that he is very interested in. Janet, they're very cute. I love steenbok. We find that they're quite easy to habituate. When I used to go running around quarantine, when I used to have the time to do that, they wouldn't run from me. They're one of the few animals that just watched me. They were probably laughing, thinking, look at that girl, thinking she's running. But they can become really, really habituated to vehicles and people. I don't know if we're going to get another view of them, but that was very sweet. Okay, we are going to bumble around Chitwa before checking Kalamba once again, and for now, over to JP.
afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. I'm just cleaning up. We're following some tracks of kudu as well as elephant on the water's edge. And unlike the elephant, my feet doesn't expand as perfectly as his, and neither do they contract on the upward pull. So I've got pretty much stuck inside the mud, and I had to delve my shoes out. At the moment, they're not smelling very well, but I think I prefer just to throw them away. Anybody that would like to sponsor me with a new pair of sandals? An interesting track that we found that we were looking at on the edge of the water a few meters away before I got stuck was actually that of a kudu bull that was walking up to the edge of the water and to a muddy area, and literally what he did is you could see where the feet stopped and then where the horns were actually making an impression into the swirl. And quite often we see them horning the swirl, and quite often when there's a number of kudu bulls that are here, I often notice that there's more dominant individuals that do it. So it's possible that it actually might be an aggressive display that they are also displaying towards other individuals when they are horning the swirl like that. But I've also seen it where they do it on their own. It's another animal that does it as well. I've quite often seen buffalo doing it, where they'll actually push their head into the mud, horn it, and then walk away, and then aggressively go and attack the bush and horn the bush even further. And yeah, we're gonna continue after I've cleaned up and go and see what else we can go and find. Well, in the meanwhile, while I'm walking off to go and see what we can go and get, let's go and see what Marcus is up to.
Welcome back, everybody. Look at what we've got for you on screen there. Yes, of course, it is him. I know the viewers are asking themselves whether or not it is that male, and we have caught up with some members of the Birmingham Pride, and of course there's the Birmingham male on your screen, the one that you see. So as we got here, myself and Owen was just doing a bit of Flemen grimace, which of course amongst other things it's what lands him in trouble with the Ross males. But of course now he can afford to do that without looking over his shoulders a lot, because the Ross males aren't with this pride that we see here. See, doing a bit of grooming himself there. Just in front of him you see the lioness, and one at a distance. So I think between him and this lioness that's quite close to him, there is at least one cub there that we can't see at the moment, but occasionally it will pop out its head and then look at us and then goes back again. Look at that lioness there. And of course she is scanning the sides, head up like that. Maybe she's getting some sense. Of course it is windy, you know, the scent can travel, especially if she was or she is downwind of another prey species. Oh, there it goes down. He is quite a big boy. Of course, I know some of the viewers might have seen him on a buffalo kill the last time they saw this male. And while we were on that buffalo kill, viewing this Birmingham Pride feeding off that buffalo, you know, which the Rose males were also around, a large herd of elephants actually made their way into that area where they started chasing around everyone which was quite something spectacular to watch. But what happened there, which also made me think highly of this male that we see on the screen here. Even the two Ross brothers, did abandon that buffalo carcass and then run when those elephants approached. But this male that you see on your screen here is the one that stood firm, with even a bigger elephant close to that carcass. He was just looking at the elephant not shaken at all. He was the only one on that buffalo carcass, which made me, on the respect that I have for him currently, even respected him more because of his bravery. Because that lion is moving now. So this is the lionesses of the Birmingham Pride with that young male. And there is also another small cub on the mix. And I think another lioness also just to the side of the male. As you can see, they are up now because occasionally they have weather to their advantage when it sort of drops and there isn't a bit of sunlight. And because these lionesses also would want to feed, they can even start hunting at this time of the day, especially if opportunity for a hunt does present itself. As you can see, that one looks like it's just trying to get some sun, sniffing the air. There's the other female is up as well now. And as you can see, both of them are pretty much interested in one direction there. And of course, that is where the wind is coming from. So like I mentioned earlier, they might be catching sense of something that might even not be that close. So look at them. Looks like after doing those investigations, she finally thought, this is the direction to take. As you see the other female joining her there. Interested in something, much as we've got that tree to our
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, we are still spending some time with the Birmingham Pride. And of course, now on your screen, you've got the youngsters. That one you see walking there that looks slightly bigger is that, cub that's now over a year. And with some of his cousins that are still quite young. So that direction, that is where those two lionesses you have seen earlier were facing. And it looks like there's the pride consensus that this is the direction that we are taking. And of course, whatever it is that they might have caught the scent of that side, of course, will be upwind of these lions, which means as far as wind is concerned now, it's on the lions' advantage. Because a whole lot of them have walked that direction, we will still try keep up with them. Yeah, I do agree, Jade. When I mentioned earlier that it was actually a perfect position that the Ngala female had chosen because there wasn't a lot of these, long grasses. It is quite evident in this scene here that, like in long grasses like this, especially with the cubs, like there is a good chance that you might miss them, Because when they walk, of course, they are not as long as these grasses are. So, of course, they are still on the move. And also the Birmingham male has followed them. Well, there is actually one of the Ross males. One of the Ross brothers, at least that I could see, it's here. There they are. There they go. Let's try keep up with them.
Copy that. Maybe you can take standby one. You can keep making your way.
Let me know as soon as you get close. I will make space for you. Sorry about that. And of course we are. Sorry, Emmanuel, I missed that question. Can you repeat it for me? So Emmanuel would like to know what is the most hunted animal in Angala. So Emmanuel, judging by the populations, we've got a lot of impalas at Angala. So I will say it's fair to say it's the animal that gets hunted the most. However, for a pride, which is this huge, an impala can't really go far, even if it's actually just a couple of them. So ideally now they will want to take something which will be big enough for the whole lot of them, which will be a buffalo in the case of here, a zebra, a wildebeest, those sorts of animals. And of course, I'm quite glad to see that lately, they've been very successful with buffaloes, which the last buffalo that we have seen on the show, I think that was the third buffalo in a space of a month, which is quite impressive, And for as long as they are still feeding that good, it means they will be in good condition for the longest of time. Even these roast males, much as we do say that male lions will be in charge of a pride until they get to maybe 10 years or so, if they keep feeding as good as they've been in the past couple of days, they won't really age that fast, which means that they can even successfully, be in charge of this pride for another year, 2 or 3. So ideally they will just wanna be taking down something that is big enough at least for all of them, which I'm proud they've been doing so successfully. So I'm just hoping also that roast male do catch up with the rest of the pride, because one of them, who we call the blonde male, is here. I did see that one at least. I'm not sure though whether both of them might be here or not, but yeah, it is a possibility. While we're still keeping up with these lions, we are going to hand you over to Cedric at the waterhole.
Welcome back to Djuma. We did a bit of a long drive now from Gari Dam to Buffelshoek Dam. We had a quick visual of a buffalo. I was trying to relocate the big herd we saw this morning, and I was hoping that they were going to be here, around here, but no luck so far. And there was a hippo now, just went under the water. But it is quite nice and peaceful here. It is also a beautiful dam, especially for sunset. I'll just hope that this hippo will come back up again. Sound like Marcus is having a great drive at Angala, which is very nice. I'm just waiting for the hippo to come back up, and then we'll wait here a little bit and then start moving again. It's always good to spend a bit of time at the dam. Never know what can just come join us. But it seems to be quite quiet here. David, yes, it is a peaceful feed. It is very nice here. I hope you can enjoy it as well. What I was hoping is that to see about 200 buffaloes sitting around the dam, but that didn't happen. Yeah, so this hippo now went down for quite a while, but we can stay underwater up to 6 minutes, so he should, you can see some bubbles there, he should come back up soon. It'd be nice to have a leopard drinking now. Yeah, so I think from here we'll try to make our way back around Gari Dam and try to look for Tingana again. If he's still in the area, he will probably start moving soon. Well, we hope. I think the hippo went left there. I see some bubbles underwater there. Oh no. Yeah, lots of bubbles. There he goes, he came out just behind the tree. We move a little bit forward. We seem to be alone here. And going back down. The sun is very nice at the moment. It's warming us a bit. And it's not too hot. Okay, I think we will leave our hippo in peace here, since he doesn't really want to cooperate with us, and maybe continue on a bumble and see what we can find. Okay, so we'll start moving again, and let's hope we'll be lucky.
We are bumbling along the southern boundary. It's very empty, I must say. Oh no, hello. One impala. We're not going to get the best views of this ram, that's for sure. He's mobile. How unusual just to see one. What's up, boy? Impalas are key. Sometimes you've really just got to watch and listen. If they see anything remotely threatening, they will absolutely vocalize it. If they see, if they smell, if they hear. This boy has disappeared, but we're just going to give you some views of the beautiful fire break with the darkened soil, and just listen for a moment. Fire break with the darkened soil, and just listen for a moment to see if we can pick up on any sort of signs of anything around in the bush. Isn't it so beautiful? I love the southern boundary. But we are going to bumble now and scratch around for a leopard.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everyone. And here, as you can see, vegetation is as big as ever, and our lions are on the move. We are trying our best to keep up, much as it's not something that is very easy, so that what you see, it's like a full hunting mode of these lions. And much as they are sort of taking easy when walking like that, of course, these lions are elegant on their walk, but that, of course, it is their full hunting mode. So we are gonna still try keep up with them, and then we hope that they get something that they can hunt actually, and then be successful. Even better if that happens in our presence. It's something that would really like to share with our viewers. Not the most maneuverable way, but of course we will give it a good try.
Later on, once maybe start to
So they are the sort of splitting up now. You see these lionesses going in all different directions. As you see in front of us, those cubs running. So it looks like they're following one lioness, this side that they are heading into, and directly in front of us at a distance the other ones are heading that way. And you see also how all of them are looking that direction. So I did mention it is a lot of animals, and of course they will need something huge to hunt that can sustain at least all of them. They didn't really wait for sunset, because of course they've got the advantage of the weather conditions to them, and of course that will help a great deal. And since it is a lot of these animals, I'm sure should they get an opportunity where the animal will be closed, like they can try make it work, as opposed to maybe if there were one or even two lionesses that are doing this hunt. So let's just keep at it. Sorry, I missed that question, Cesar. Well, so Cesar, with these hunts especially, because these lions do not necessarily have got the quarry on site, they are pretty much relying on catching the scent, if that makes sense. So in this case, they rely more on their sense than any other thing, for that matter, on the sense of smelling. So it's only when they've got these animals that they're hunting on site that they wouldn't, like, to a lesser extent, rely on the wind conditions, But of course, they will always need to be downwind of these animals, because otherwise, if these prey species get a scent of these lions, there is a good chance they will start investigating. And of course, for animals that will need to stalk and get within range, it wouldn't really work so well for the lions now, will it? So, I think, like, all three of their senses, they probably need them. But at other instances, they need some more than others, as the case is here, that they don't really have any animal on site. They're just maybe getting sense because it is windy. They are those youngsters. Cutest things you've ever seen. Look at that one, sort of doing its own investigation, looking straight at us. But of course, these youngsters are inquisitive, as you see there. No, it's that age that they like to know anything and everything. Just look how hard it is to see them in those grasses. Isn't that the cutest thing you've ever seen? I agree with you, Natalie. It is quite special. I love these cubs, you know. You will always get a bit of action always with the cubs. And as you see OD trying to zoom in there, so there are two roast males just walked past us. So I know earlier I said there's one of them, but both of them are actually here. So we'll try and keep up with them.
Running animals are here. The overhanging circle area on the thereon, just along that, the front. Mobile southeast.
Let's see if we'll be able to put them on screen. There he goes. There's that man that you see on the screen there. And of course, Blondie is not too far behind him. There he is. So, which means I do retract my words from earlier that when that Birmingham was flaming, grimacing earlier, it wasn't risky. So it was actually very risky. But of course, since we know that boy, it's actually a very good fighter with a heart of steel, as the viewers described her. So these Ross brothers are not too far from where he is. Looks like they're just looking at him at a distance, you know. The one further away to the two brothers is that Birmingham male. And there's also dark maned male. Just went down close to that termite mound. And the other brother, not sure if he'll join the brother on the rest or he'll actually keep at it following those lionesses and the young male. Isn't this just an amazing sighting here? Following lions, using actually the light of the day, not a spotlight. Because of course they are moving during the day, which is something you don't get to see every day. Look at a male looking back. There's that one roast male still on his feet. Yeah, I do agree, Barbara. They do look legend right now, the one today. But yeah, of course, and of late, as I had mentioned earlier, you know, they are feeding quite regularly and on something which is or will be as big as a buffalo, which means that these boys wouldn't necessarily age quicker, because the more they are feeding, the more even, you know, the diseases that will attack them sort of stay away. So that will be mange, as well as the tuberculosis. So if they are still feeding good, then at least they can, or their immune system for that matter, can fight those diseases, and keep them in good shape. Which, if they are in good shape, then they will defend their pride successfully. Looks like those cubs are catching up with their fathers there, as you see that one in the picture.
We know their names, we see their hands, and we sometimes hear their muffled voice. One thing for sure is that WildEarth wouldn't be possible without the people behind the camera. It is often easy to forget the presence of the camera operator until you seamlessly follow a bird as it swoops through the air. And then you realize that you are the camera. Everything you see is because of a job well done. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Lauren at the fire on Saturday the 31st of July as she chats to David and BK to find out why they do what they do.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
If you can't get taller by nature, then of course you make a plan, which is what that cub is doing, resting on top of a termite mound to elevate itself, or there goes the other Ross male. So I heard a bit of contact calling where the cubs ran that direction. bit of contact calling earlier, and then this lioness that we've got on the screen now, we saw her come running from that direction she is coming from, but as you have seen, she has slowed her pace there, but also facing that direction where the contact call came from, which makes me think some of her sisters were calling that side. As you can see, she's just slowly walking past us here. And there's the other one also coming from that sort of same direction. So like I mentioned, the full hunting mode, I haven't really seen any animals that these lions are hunting. Majestic indeed, Pauline. As you can see, look at them, hey. Good condition, much as they look like they can do with a meal, but overall, they're in a very good condition, and these lionesses are quite big, as you see there. You know, sometimes like when we do track them, like you will easily mistaken a track for a lioness for a male lion, sorry. So majestic indeed. For now, let's send you over to Lauren. Let's see what she's got for us.
Lucky, but it was not easy. We checked earlier, and Darby sent us to the wrong place, which is why we didn't find her. Thank you, Darby. But we finally got the right location, and no one could find her, and we've literally just spotted that tail. And it's not the best views, I am completely aware of that, but she's in a really, really tricky spot. I don't really want to keep maneuvering around her. She's got a kill here. She's got a bamba. Tlalamba's got a bamba. Very close to mamba. Sorry. And it's in the thicket. It's on the ground, as I mentioned. I haven't seen the kill. I can't find the kill, but we found her. But she needs to hoist it. We need to get that kill up a tree, lady. So we're just going to put up... We're just going to put up with these visuals for now.
Any luck with that? Yeah, Kalamba had okay now. My radar is down actually. It looks like she is visible, but 3 out of 5 are awake.
Sorry, I was just making sure everyone knows we've got her. And we'll just work with it for now. She will get up. It's getting cooler. I mean, it's already 4:30 here. And in winter, that's when it really starts to get cool. Temperatures change, and normally that's when she'll go back to the kill. Kim, you're saying, yay, Kalamba. I know. I had her daddy this morning, and now I have her. Look at where she's positioned, though. We're up on the embankment of the Mowati. So we're looking down into the Mowati from the east to the west, if that makes sense. And we came here earlier. We scratched around the wrong place, couldn't find anything. Then went to Chitwa just to sort of check around. It's always good to scratch different areas, and then we've got her. And I'm glad, because Tlalamba's really not a cat that's always around. These days, she's been seen on Little Gowrie, Chitwa, Hoffman's, Torchwood, Buffelshoek, and Djuma. This cat travels far. She's very mobile. So if you see her on the dam cam at 2 in the morning, don't get too excited, because she could be on the other side of the Sabi Sands by the time we wake up. But I always love spending time with Kalamba. She's been very feisty lately. I've watched her fight Shasha, and then well, have an encounter with her mother. And it's probably one of my new favourite sightings to date, seeing that. That was really incredible. Tandy was standing up to her daughter, and then Kalamba stepped in and said, "No, Mum, I'm a big girl now." But there was no physical blows, whereas when she encountered Shasha, whew, my goodness, they tumbled and they tumbled. It was like WWF wrestling for leopards. It's not even called WWF anymore, is it? WWE. Back in my day, just WWF. In the olden days. But you know what I mean? It was a very different interaction, and that's because she was completely, entirely, 100% aware that was Mom, that was Tandy. And if you really go back to that interaction and slow it down, she's standing up to Mom, because Tandy was really being the aggressor at the start. Tandy was being very vocal. But she has no intention of hurting Mom. If you look at that sort of charge, it's not even really a charge. She just jumps at Mom and she stops. And she just looks down as if to say, "Mom, I'm a big girl now." And no. It really wasn't a charge or a mock charge. But I have to say the term mock charge is an interesting one. Do you guys really believe there's such a thing as a mock charge? Isn't a charge? Whether it results in physical contact or not, or whether it results in very close proximity, isn't a charge just a charge? We shouldn't get looped into thinking a mock charge, it's just a mock charge, there's no substance behind it. I think that's quite a foolish way to think. A charge is a charge. The end result can be different. Sometimes they just stop meters away from the car, sometimes they come very close. But I'm a big believer in a charge is a charge. Oh dear. James Hendry would love these views. He loves sticks. But it's just what we're going to work with right now. Okay, we're going to sit here. Hopefully she moves to give us some better views, but even if she doesn't, we're going to enjoy it.
Welcome back, everyone. So yeah, we have left that lion sighting. Much as we know it was a pretty good sighting, but also because we do have got some guests in camp who also like to have the piece of that pie. So we have left them for now. We're just bumbling about, just looking for more wonders of the bush. You know, because you can't really preempt what it is that you will find. And yeah, there are a lot of interesting stuff that are happening. So one just needs to be at the right place at the right time. So yeah, like I mentioned, we are for now just bumbling about, looking for whatever evidence that we might be able to find on the road here that is worth, following up to. Whether be it tracks that we find along the road, whether be it an alarm call that comes from somewhere, which we can try and follow up on. And of course, much as I do mention alarm calls, like pretty much all of them are that reliable. But of course, we'll be looking for alarm calls that are coming from impalas, as well as maybe some kudus, bushbucks, which are quite big animals. So if we hear those alarming, we'll pretty much know there is a predator nearby, as opposed to maybe if you hear a francolin alarming, which can mean anything really from a predator to a bird of prey, which to a lesser extent, when looking for predators, it's not as reliable, you know. But of course, you don't leave anything to chance. We also follow up on that.
Lomba, we did find on our side some elephants, a very nice breeding herd of elephants. We are currently on Aubrey's Road and we just bumped into them on the road. There's more of them around. It's quite thick here, so we can't really see, but we can definitely hear more elephants around us. They're busy feeding at the moment. You can see this young one there. I like the way they shake the grass before eating it, just to remove the sand and the dust. As you know, they can eat a lot of food a day, up to 300 kilograms of food for the big male adults. For such big animals, they are very peaceful to watch. So I was talking about fork-tailed drongos this morning when we were with the buffaloes. I can see lots of them around the elephants. If one come in the opening now, we'll try to point it to you. Oh, there's one flying at the back. So they're basically following the elephants to get an easy way to find food. There we go. Maybe this little drongo caught something. Not sure. I missed it. Yeah, so basically when the elephant move around, they trigger the insects to fly or to jump, and the drongo use that advantage to catch them. It's amazing how they use their trunk. Sorry, Chris, you asked a question. I didn't really get the question, so maybe if FC can say it again. Okay, so you would like to know what can be the cause of a tuskless elephant. There's a few different different possibility. Can be genetic, and also some of them have evolved in a way that they don't have tusk anymore. I've saw something in a reserve in Mozambique where there was so much poaching that through different generations the elephants stopped having tusk, because I think they realized that if they have tusk they might be poached. Yeah, you don't see it often though, especially here. I think there was one on one of the shows a few days back, but I didn't see a lot of elephant without tusk. But they will not struggle without the tusk because they use mainly their trunk to feed. But obviously they do use the tusk quite often, especially to remove bark from the trees. So you can see if an elephant is left-handed or right-handed. So basically if one tusk, let's say on the left side, is a bit more broken and damaged, that shows you that they use more the left tusk. So they do actually use one tusk more than another. They are very relaxed there, just feeding. So they have very large ears. So the ears compose up to 20% of their whole body surface. And it is quite an important part of their body to cool them down. You will see there's very thick vein behind the ears we normally see better, where the blood will circulate in the ears, and by flapping the ears it will cool down the blood, which will be redistributed in the body. So that's a good way to cool down their body. But as you can see now, it's not very hot, so they don't really need to cool down the blood. Mixing some grass and leaf there. Okay, I just saw a very small one at the back there, so we'll stay here and try to see if we can have a better look. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren with Kalamba.
We've got a slightly better view now. I mean, it's not her beautiful face, but it's workable, it's doable. And for those of you that were watching yesterday, I went into a little bit of a discussion about multiple realities in the animal kingdom. And I won't bore you with that again, but I got asked an interesting question this morning by one of you, and it was about ticks. Now, you do see ticks on leopards. Some ticks are very, very tiny, but most ticks are visible. And because they gorge themselves on blood, they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and you can really see them. Kalamba will have some ticks. It won't be a high tick load. But for ticks, especially a female tick, she really needs the meal of a mammal blood to provide the nutrition needed for her eggs to mature. So female ticks are seeking the likes of Kalamba, dark mane. They are seeking a mammal where they can get all the nutrition that they need for her eggs. That's all she's really thinking about, a female tick. And she elevates herself. She finds a little perch on a blade of grass. She's tiny, remember? And she becomes completely insensitive to everything in her environment except one single chemical compound. And I was talking about this yesterday. Animals don't need to worry about things they don't need to worry about. Energy is not wasted on things they don't need for their survival. And for the tick, nothing is needed. She literally waits motionless for possibly a decade or more. A decade or more. Ignorant of the sunrise, the sunset, the breeze, the cows mooing, the lions roaring, birds, rain, snow. She's completely almost oblivious to the passage of time. Because what she's waiting for, all of her senses are turned off except her chemical sense. He is only tuned into her chemical sense, and her brain is waiting for a single a single signal, that was difficult to say, that indicates one compound, and that is butyric acid. Now, this butyric acid is actually found in our delightful unwashed armpits, believe it or not, for those who don't wash. I want you to know that. But otherwise, it's produced at the base of hair follicles. There's glands at the base of a hair follicle, and that's where butyric acid is actually produced in all terrestrial mammals, I'm sure. And this acid, this chemical, is a absolutely 100% reliable indicator to the tick that a mammal is close by. So when the tick is waiting for the likes of Kalamba, it's only using its chemical sense. It's not looking, it's not perched on the blade of grass thinking, oh, here comes Kalamba, this is great. No, it's waiting until it gets that signal in the brain of butyric acid. And when the tick perceives this compound, she literally just jumps. She just goes way off the blade of grass. And if she's fortunate, she'll land on the mammal. If she's not fortunate, then you gotta start again. You gotta get up that blade of grass again and wait until you get that chemical signal. And then once she's on the mammal, so think of a tick, once she's latched onto Kalamba, for example, she completely loses sensitivity for that butyric acid. And she gains something else. She gains sensitivity to heat. So she moves up a gradient, if you like, to the hotter temperatures so that she reaches the skin. So when she first latches onto a little blade of Kalamba's hair, for example, she needs to get to the skin for blood. So she doesn't use her eyes or her chemical sense this time. She's using sensitivity to heat. The skin is hot. So once she sort of reaches the skin, there is the meal. There is her delicious blood meal. So for a tick, the reality is a completely different reality to ours. It's a perception of three different stimuli, if you like. One is the butyric acid, which causes her to jump. Light, which helps her, it's not exactly vision, it's a sensitivity to light, which assists in her climb. And then heat, which guides her to the skin. Isn't that amazing? And that's how it really works to be a tick, a female tick. She wants the blood of a mammal, and that's how she survives, and she can wait over a decade before getting that. So I was asked this morning, how do leopards get them off? And it just spurred me into that thinking about what is life like for a tick. I mean, I'm not entirely sure it's very enthralling for a human, but to that tick, that's all that matters. That is all that matters. Butyric acid, light, and heat. And that's a tick's only reality. It's definitely not our reality, that's for sure. That tick is just trying to harvest energy efficiently, feed, maximize the number of offspring that tick can have. Incredible, huh? I don't see any ticks on Kalamba right now, but she definitely will have some. So we're going to sit here a little bit longer, and hopefully our princess gets up soon.
One thing that WildEarth strives to achieve is to connect kids with our natural world. One person who agrees with this is Kate, an 11-year-old girl who founded Kids Can Save Animals to help inspire her generation to help mend the planet. Her motto is that kids may be young, but age does not define your impact. Kate is coming all the way from America to join us at Djuma for a live safari. She wants to connect with all of the WildEarth kids, answer your questions, and help you understand that there are plenty of ways that you can make a difference, regardless of your age. So join us on the 4th of August at 2:30 p.m. Central African Time for a very special kids safari. As one of the industry's best and FAGASA-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a FAGASA-accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we are still with our elephants. There's 2 very cute young elephants there. I've been putting their faces in the grass. It was quite entertaining to watch. I can't really see where I am there, but I'm sure you have a better view from the back there. It's very entertaining to watch baby elephants. So this bird that you're hearing now looks like some magpie shrike. There's lots of birds following the elephants. It's quite nice that they stand on the termite mount to feed. There's lots of them who moved behind us on the road, so I think they will start moving soon as well. They may pass hopefully quite close to us. It is very thick, that block. Maybe this is the reason why they are here, because there's plenty of food. Honestly, I would like to know if I think that the elephant are the most aggressive in all of the herbivores. It is a quite interesting question and quite difficult as well to give a proper answer, but it all depends of the situation. For example, if you have an elephant bull in must, it then can be very aggressive. But generally, breeding herds like this one, if they are not stressed and quite relaxed, they're not really aggressive. Sometimes the young bull can be a little bit aggressive, like this one at the back there, just shake the head towards us. But yeah, I'm not sure if they will be the most aggressive. The buffaloes can be very aggressive as well, especially on foot. Especially the big buffalo males, which we call the dagger boys. So they're generally not in the big herds, so they are little small groups of a few individuals, and they can be very aggressive as well. Let's see, this one is giving us a bit of an attitude now. Don't think he likes my voice too much, or maybe it's my accent as well. Yeah, so to end the question, I think it's all depends on the situation. Megan, you say you can watch elephant all day. Yes, they are amazing animals. Like when they feed like that, it's quite plain and relaxing. And then when they start moving towards the water hole and start drinking, it's very, very entertaining. And now there's these two young ones there playing as well. But just to come back about the aggressive comments, obviously elephants you have to give a lot of respect. They are very big and very strong. So you don't want to find yourself in a situation where there's an aggressive elephant quite close to you. A long time ago I've been charged by an elephant in Must, and it was quite scary. It's getting a bit cool now. Young elephants are very, very cute. This is very nice. Okay, so we'll see what they do. They might move off and we'll continue. In the meantime, we'll send you to Marcus with some cats.
Wow, how epic is that picture that is in front of you there? And of course, we have made our way back to the Ngala female, where her youngsters has decided to play ball, as you see there. Just look at those cute little faces of these cubs. So adorable. So she has actually moved from her previous position, but she hasn't moved that much. So apparently short after we left her earlier, these two adorable youngsters, that's when they showed up to the other vehicle that displaced us on the sighting. And of course, because of their presence, you know, we try to make it, oh, look at thereon. How cute was that? So we make it a one vehicle sighting for now, that these youngsters are still this tiny, you know. And I know earlier we mentioned that we didn't have any visual of these youngsters, but because they were seen with her earlier in that area, you know, we still kept it a one vehicle sighting. And from what happened earlier, you know, it is evident that they must have been somewhere close to that area. And as you can see, she still looks exhausted here. She's still trying to catch some breath, as you can see, but not really worried, because of course she has got her cubs with her, you know. She doesn't need to be thinking about them, you know, having been left somewhere where she doesn't know what might be happening. So if they are disclosed, at least she can relax. That having been said, like, she can't afford not knowing what's happening around. So if you do remember, I did mention earlier hyenas, and they can always make their way to where they are. And as you see, they are on the ground, which means that they are even more vulnerable. So if she is there, I'm sure she will be able to tell if a hyena was approaching, in which case these youngsters will make a quick escape. Just happy I got to catch up with this mother and her youngsters all at one time, in one area, because this is something we don't usually see a lot of, unless if she has killed something and hoisting it up a tree. I think that's the only time when we found them together like this. But now, as you can see, there's no kill or any carcass here. So it's just a family enjoying some quality time, as you see there. I agree with you, Rosemary. Like, that's beauty at its best. And of course, we are, crossing fingers that this Leopards is able to rear these two adulthood, in which case, they might still move out of our property. But there is a good chance that they will remain in our property here, because when they come of an age, they will not really go away from where, or go a long way from where Mommy's territory is. So much as they would like to make their own territories, it starts from home, and then they will expand with age, sometimes even displace Mommy in his territory. But for now, we don't really need to worry about that, because they are still that young, still that cute, still that adorable, so we can just enjoy them for the beautiful creatures that they are. Look at those cute small ears there. Look at the eyes of that one, hey. Oh, Mommy is looking straight at us. She's actually a beautiful leopardess herself. So Jenny would like to know how many cubs would a leopard have in its lifetime. So I think, Jenny, for an animal like this leopard, where we mostly say life expectancy when it comes to the wild here is, I think it's even over 15 years sometimes, give or take. And the interval when it comes to giving birth like this, it's roughly around 2 years, and she can start spreading at 3, more or less. So I think she will have her first cubs at 3, which mostly it will be 2 cubs, as the case is here, sometimes even 1, as it was the case with her previous litter. So if we do that best case scenario, which is 2 cubs at a time, so at 5 she'll have reared her first, and then at 7, and at 9, and at 11, and then at 13, which means will be 9 cubs, give or take. Sorry, 10, which she would have reared or given birth to, which it's not easy, to be looking after youngsters like this. Or maybe she will start or stop breeding when she is an older leopard, and then she won't be as successful when it comes to hunts, which will even lessen her chances. So I think maybe around about 8 years will be, 8 cubs will be a fair amount of number that she might raise.
Welcome back with us. We're currently making our way to Triple M Road to go check the western boundary there. It is beautiful at this time of the day. The sun is down nice and the colors are quite amazing. Let's stop here and try to look at the sun going down. Yeah. I'm just going to stay quiet a little bit and let you enjoy. This very loud bird is a hammerkop. It's a very nice call. The birds generally get a bit louder at this time of the day before they go sleep.
Somebody's up. Literally just got up. Hello, beautiful. Once they're up like this, normally this is it. She'll have a scratch, she'll have a stretch, she'll have a yawn. I just don't entirely know where the kill is. But I'm guessing she's heading back to it. What was that? Something keeping her fright. I don't know what it was. Jack's my name? Jack's your name? No, I make eye contact with an animal. I do. I think that is a bit of a misconception when you're on the vehicle. Being on foot's a little bit different, but on a vehicle, I absolutely do. They know you are there. They are taking you as part of the vehicle, but they will absolutely look in your eye. And I absolutely look back. There is a connection there, whether it's a positive one or a negative one. There's absolutely a connection. I definitely do look them in the eye. Being on foot's a different scenario. But I do, 100%. We're just waiting until that vehicle behind us reverses or goes forward. And then we're going to go and see where... Kill's down here, Beaky. I think we drove past it. I don't know how I missed a dead impala, but At least we found the leopard, that's for sure. Okay, we're going to try and navigate round to Miss Kalamba, but we are going to send you over to the Ngala female with their cubs.
Well, I hope Lawrence Leopards catch something that the viewers can be able to enjoy, because it looks like the one we've got here doesn't really think of moving much. So as you can see, still resting, still taking the cat's nap. Not a lot of movements except for that ear twitching time and again. Yeah, Michael, I think the last time she was seen was 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, she was seen. And also pretty much like her mom, she's quite a relaxed young leopard, you know. She doesn't run at all when we do view her. Like, we've got beautiful views of her. But of course now she doesn't really have space anymore, and her space belongs to those two that we see in front of the mother there. But also, like I mentioned, that she wouldn't necessarily at that age, you know, wander too off from Mommy's territory. And where we saw her was actually quite close to where we are seeing the mother now. Okay, she's got a head up. That ear twitching like repeatedly should make me think that maybe she's getting irritated, maybe by a fly, as she is resting. And you know, slowly we are gonna eventually lose the sun, and I think a move, you know, can happen even a lot sooner than expected. Because judging by when last they might have ate, you know, like she will need to leave this cup somewhere, safe of course, while she goes about finding food for herself and for these cubs. And preferably something bigger where they can all of them feed and be full, because much as she will be hunting something like that, like these leopards also are opportunistic, so it won't really matter to her whether or not she finds a rodent on the road or she actually finds a bird when hunting, you know. So those sort of small preys for her will keep her going, at least will give her that bit of energy where she can go an extra mile when it comes to hunt, until she gets something big, you know. She can't really afford to pick and choose. And Beach Bunny, I'm glad you joined us this afternoon. Now they are very camouflaged indeed. As you can see there, more so the youngsters than the mom, because as you can see, we seeing that white under part of her. And of course, we've got only their back when it comes to these babies. So like that bit of white do stand out a bit, as opposed to that russet color that you see there. And also you see as it's turning, there is that bit of white that is exposed. So that's the sort of thing that will sort of break that camouflage. But also that being mentioned, it does look similar to that dry branch that you see in front of that cub, which means it works for them. No, just looking around. And look at what a body is doing there. Looking straight at us, which is what actually I was hoping for. How amazing it's spending time with these two youngsters here. Because of course for them, like, they still have got a long way to go, as the size of these cubs suggests there. If you look at the size of the mother and the size of that, or those two cubs, you see the difference in sizes, meaning that these youngsters do still have got a long way to go. And of course, for now, they've got mommy holding their hands, who will be teaching them anything and everything about survival, or there goes a bit of grooming. Look at those eyes. Here's some francolins calling on a background as well. Yeah, wildlife for life. If I heard you perfectly, you wanted to know the top speed of a leopard. Yeah, well, wildlife for life. So the top speed for a leopard, I would say between 60 kilometers an hour to 80. But of course, that will always depend on what's the motivation. Also, if that makes sense, it will depend on what this leopard is chasing, or what's actually chasing this leopard. It's what also will determine whether or not this leopard can reach its top or maximum speed. If it's trying to get away from lions, I'm sure it can reach its maximum speed like that. But if it's just got disturbed, maybe elephants that walked and then got the scent and then went investigate and is chasing them, of course, like, they will still run since they are less powerful than elephants. But chances are he'll just run at a pace that he is able to get away from this elephant. So I think that's something that always depends on the motivation or on the need to run. What am I running away from, or what am I actually after? In which case, I think she will put a lot of effort on what she's running after, which means will be hunting. But yeah, I think between 60 and 80, that's how fast these leopards can be. I think we're gonna spend a little bit more time with these animals here. In the meantime, we are going to send you over to Cedric and Djuma.
Welcome back with us. We just hit a little roadblock here. I never heard of elephant. And there was a very young one again on the road. He's walking away now. He was quite cute as well. Yeah, so we were making our way back to Kalahari Dam to check again there. Unfortunately, we got stuck here with elephants, but it's always nice to spend time with elephants as well. Just going to move a bit forward, get a better visual. Oh, there was one sleeping right there. Oh, shame. This young one was sleeping right there. We didn't see him, and as soon as I started the car, he got a fright. But I think let's try to go see maybe the other one. Oh well, it's coming in the open now. There's the other one on the road. I'm just going to move a little bit forward. Or maybe not, it's coming towards us, so. Look like maybe you want to entertain us. Okay, so we'll try to make our way closer to Kalahari Dam. Might watch this little elephant a little bit longer. In the meantime, we'll send you to Lauren, who is with Tlalamba.
Well, the hyena is here. I don't know which hyena. Who is it, Tlalamba? That's what happens when you don't hoist, my dear. I know. Oh, hyena's running with a whole impala, my goodness. That is a whole impala. Wow. Wow. Okay. I didn't get an ID, guys. I'm going to go forward a little bit, though, Beaks, so that the other vehicle can just... The hyena's away, look at that. Oh, Tlalamba girl, I'm so sorry. Oh, she's off, Beaks, she's gone, look. She's gone up. She's going to chase that hyena. Oh. Let me just go forward a little bit. Oh. The soft sand is gone in here. That's where the kill was. She's disappeared. Oh, I can't believe that. She'll pop back out again. She's just seeing if anything is left. Wow, I'm glad we managed to catch all of that. We're going to sit tight here and send you guys back over to Cedric.
Now we're still in the middle of this elephant herd. There's elephants everywhere at the moment. On the right hand side, on the left hand side, behind us, in front of us. And they're all busy feeding. We got a little show from the young one at the back there. But then he ran off into the bush. It's always impressive to be in the middle of an elephant herd. Okay, but I think we'll let them continue feeding, and we will make our way towards Quarantine and Gary Dam. Okay, so goodbye elephants. So yeah, let's continue and hopefully we'll get lucky a bit forward there.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, we are still here with the Ngala female and her two youngsters. And like you saw earlier, there hasn't really been much movement except for these cubs that are walking towards the other sibling and also towards the mother. I am not sure if the viewers hear this hyena that's calling a little bit of a difference away from here. And as you see where they are, these cubs nor their mother are too bothered by that sound that comes from a hyena, a bit of a distance. Like ever since that hyena started vocalizing, you know, this mother didn't even get her head up to try and make sense of this sound or where it might be coming from, which means I'm pretty sure that this leopard might have heard the sound as we have, but also have made, you know, its findings, then concluding that that sound is not coming from somewhere close, which is not call for concern, at least not yet. As you can see, she's still there you go. And now that we've got her on screen, like, you know, you can hardly see these youngsters, but they're not too far from where she is. Oh, let's just go head up. Because now these hyenas are really out and about. At this time of the day, that's when they actually start foraging, much as you can see them even during the day, but this is when they become that active, that will also cause for this leopard to be active. And at least maybe there's youngsters, she will leave them somewhere here on this river bank, because we're not really that far away from the river bank or the riverbed that we drove earlier. So she's right on the northern bank of that riverbed. And you see, as also you might catch some sounds on the background, so we are not actually too far away from the main road that leads to Safari Lodge. As you see that cable looking that direction, so sometimes there will be vehicles that will pass here. To a greater extent, it will be some other drives or even deliveries. But these leopards, much as we are this close to the road, they're not really too bothered. Yeah, for now, let's send you over to Djuma. Let's see what Lauren has got for us. Welcome back, everybody. There is the Ngala female, who looks like it's not actually in any hurry at all to go hunting. But like I have mentioned earlier, I am not quite sure when last this leap might have had a meal, in which case if they are full, then they don't really, or she doesn't really need to be that active in a form of a hunt. There you see her youngsters there. Yeah, from here it looks like Cedric might have some huge animals for our viewers, so we are gonna hand you over to Djuma.
Yeah, so we keep on getting these roadblocks. Every road we turn, there's more elephants. So we've been sitting here for about 5 minutes now with them. And it's getting a little bit darker. So it is very nice to spend time with them. And the wind did calm down now, so it's very peaceful. And there's lots of elephant in that area today. We were just trying to make our way when we got blocked again. We can hear elephants everywhere, breaking branches. And they're all busy feeding. just going to stay quiet a little bit and let you enjoy the sighting. So basically we are waiting that this big female they move, that we can continue and make our way to Garry Dam and see what's happening there. I don't know if you can hear, but you can hear branches breaking. I'm not sure if you can hear, it's a bit far. But like we are surrounded now. Doesn't look like what you want to move. She's enjoying the grass on that termite mound there. Oh, there's more coming behind us as well. She's very happy where she is now. Yeah, so didn't find any elephant this morning, but this afternoon definitely we found a lot of elephants. It was nice to see the young one also, very cute. It's very nice that the wind also stopped now, make it a little bit more comfortable. Okay, so we'll wait here and try to continue on the road, and hopefully we'll be able to pass this elephant herd and go to Garry Dam.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, where we are sitting with the Ngala lip, which is that female, and her two youngsters. And of course, we don't really view these youngsters when it's dark, you know, much as the mother is still there, but when it's dark, because also that's when they can be vulnerable to other predators. So we will most likely leave this area now and then leave them to their day, and I'm sure that mom will just look for a safe area where she will leave them and then go about finding food for her and her youngsters. But at the moment, as you can see, she looks like she doesn't really think about moving, but more about conserving energy, you know, which if of course she limits her movements, It means she will have some energy to hunt later. That's if she will feel like hunting, because you can find that she is maybe full for now, and she knows her youngsters are full for now. So she doesn't really need to put as much effort in hunting if that's the case. However, even if she is full, an opportunity does present itself to her, like she will grab it with both hands. She will, of course, hunt. She won't really say that I am full, so I'm not looking for food. But yeah, she won't really give much that attention, because of course she can take it easy if she is full. But yeah, like I mentioned, we are gonna be leaving these animals and keep on bumbling, see what else we'll be able to share with our viewers.
Yeah, so we are still with the elephants. We did come a little bit closer, and this youngster is still feeding on this diamond mount. It is getting a bit dark now. Okay, so we'll try to make our way this time, and in the meantime we'll send you to Lauren.
Look what we have. It's a cub. I don't know who, everyone. Where are you going? Come back here right now. Oh no, there's a vehicle. No. Not that the vehicle's going to do anything, but if any of you, especially you, Michael, can get an ID, this is far too far away from... No, this is too much happiness. I can't handle it. Okay, I'm going to try and get closer. Do you know what, Beaks? They're coming our way because there's another hyena with class kill. They're coming our way. They popped out right on Gowrie Main where their old den was. Now our signal's a little bit tricky here, but just bear with me because we haven't seen the Djuma clan in so long. Yeah, there they are. They're going up to the dam wall. I think they're coming this way. Right, get ready to help me ID. Because they know there's a kill here. They're coming to investigate. I just don't know which cub it is. Hello, guys. I predicted you would end up here. Oh my goodness. Who even are you, cubs? Everyone's so shocked at how fluffy they are. I don't know, guys. I don't know anymore. I need your help. I haven't seen the cubs in so long, honestly. It's not in Gwazi, that's for sure. I think it's too small to be in Gwaz. Okay. This one's following clearly. Straight for Tlalamba, by the way. Is this Novella? Are you going to run right past the car? No, you're going to go down that way. They're heading straight for where Tlalamba is. None of these animals are making it very easy for me today. But you know what? We can actually get a view up here. A secret pathway. Did any of you manage to ID the hyena that stole the carcass? we're working with really low light now. I definitely. Okay, Beats, I promise I'm not going to drive off the edge. I thought we would maybe be able to get a better view. Okay. They're heading right for that kill. Whoever that hyena was, they're heading straight there. I just don't know if we can make it right now. Oh my goodness, Michael, thank you. You just confirmed it was Novella and Antima's son. Okay. Great to know they're still alive. I'm obviously over the moon, but there's a leopard here, guys. They're obviously running amok. Okay, let's go down and see if we can try and get them. Novella and Antima's son. Clearly not den-bound then, guys. I have been saying they're den-bound. They are clearly not. And Tima's son is very, very small. Really small. Now our signal might get a bit tricky here, but we are going to try and go back and just see if we can get any views of what's going on here. There's clearly a lot of action. Into the Mulwati we go. Kalamba must have chosen the trickiest spot in that cluster of spike thorns.
Our way towards quarantine. It is getting a little bit dark. I apologize. I have a little technical issue with the spotlight. But we're not too far from camp, so if we have any chance, we will stop quickly to try to fix it if we can. Be a little bit difficult to find animals without the spotlight unless they are on the road. It was nice to see so many elephants. We're having an elephant day. No luck with the cats, unfortunately for us this afternoon. That's so nice that there was so many cat sighting at Angala and Djuma. I would love to see a leopard, I must say. Try to fix the spotlight quickly, and hopefully we can get back out and find something nice.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website, but once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Yeah, welcome back everybody. We are still on that bumble. So there is this one water body which is not really too far away from where we are now that I'd like to check for any animals that might be on that water hole, whether be it nocturnal or even diurnal, that we can show to the viewers. And so, like I said, today it looks like for the most part of it we were operating mostly in the central eastern part of the reserve, which is actually quite close to the boundary into Kruger. Or because we are part of Kruger, actually into that part of Kruger that we can't really traverse. So that is where those lions we had earlier were heading to. So I'm just crossing fingers that they don't cross into Kruger, you know. They just change their mind and come back at this site, you know. But I'm sure they don't really care much about my feelings. They're just doing what these animals have to do to survive, which doesn't really include our plans. But yeah, I think one can wish, right? So I'm just wishing that they can just cross back in. So that water body that we are going to, it's quite close. Actually, will be there in less than 5 minutes. So that's why I want to check what might be there. Because this morning there was a report of a breeding herd of buffaloes, which will actually be nice if we still find them in that water hole. And if we do find them drinking, even better for us. So much as now we are in our dry season, because of the good rains that we had earlier, most water bodies are still pretty full at Ngala, which is good for these animals and which makes us work even harder, because, you know, game viewing is not really concentrated in one particular area because of availability of water or anything like that. So these animals at any given time can be anywhere in our property here. Sorry, I missed that one, LP. Yo, I'm struggling, LP, with the question, but if you are asking if all the water holes at Ngala have good water, I'm not sure if that's the question. Then at the moment it's a yes, all the major ones have got water. It's just these small pen systems that have got no water left in them, they have dried up. Oh, sorry. So LP wants to know whether all the water holes that we've got in Ngala have hippos in them. No, LP, not all of them. So the ones that we know of for now is 3 water holes that has got hippos in them, and at any given time these hippos do get out of these water holes and go to the next available ones. So this is one of those water holes where these buffaloes were earlier. But now I can't see any buffalo around here, which makes me think that these buffaloes would have moved. I don't know when long ago they might have moved, but yeah. See a few birds there, I think some Egyptian geese in the water. Yeah. I think these buffaloes have moved now. So as I mentioned, I'm not too sure when ago they might have moved. You might find that if they haven't moved that long ago, they might be somewhere close to this water hole. So I think for now we'll try and drive these open areas, where they might still be feeding or even lying down ruminating after a beautiful day that they might have had. And because it was a breeding herd, if those lions we've been viewing earlier, if they do catch a scent of these buffaloes, there is a good chance that they can be in the buffalo stray, in which, in our case, it means tomorrow might be good, because if they can take something as big as a buffalo, much as I have mentioned that even a buffalo doesn't really last that long with this pride because it's getting bigger and bigger. But if they catch it at this time, there is a good chance we'll still view them feeding tomorrow morning. And of course, this road we are driving now, I can hardly see any buffalo tracks, which makes me think they did not really come this way. But of course, we'll use this road to access other roads in and around this area in which we can catch up with these buffaloes, or any other animals for that matter at this time. Yeah, so I think we'll use this road to access the riverbed and then drive on the other side of the riverbed. There is a nice open area that will go look. Yeah, I must say the weather has dropped, drastically, and it is quite chilly now. As you see, I have layered up. Because early hours of the mornings and this time of the days, that's when we sort of feel it when it comes to weather conditions, it becomes that cold. So, Yogashlav, you want to know if there are vultures in this area? Yes, Yogashlav, we do have vultures. So we get like 5 different species down here in our region, which we call the Lowveld, which would be the hooded vultures. We've got some white-backed vultures. We've got white-headed vultures. And then lappet-faced vultures. And to a lesser extent, we also get Cape vultures. So all these vultures, of course, they do differ in sizes and also in reliability, because of course, as we know, vultures can be an indicator to where a carcass is, or even lions, There are some vulture species that you find they are not that reliable. Even if you find them in good numbers at an area, you go investigate and find that there's nothing, there hasn't been anything. And there are those that are quite reliable, that if you find them in numbers, you are most likely to find lions or even a carcass. Yeah, but at this time of the night, it would be quite hard to see something like a vulture. You will have to be that close, and have got a bit of light that can help you, other than the headlights of a vehicle. Of course, you'll need something like a spotlight, because of course these vultures will perch or roost on trees at this time. So it is the nocturnal creatures we are after at this time of the day.
We're bumbling in the dark, and I've obviously got my spotlight out, and it's time once again to look for the eye shine. And sometimes you get really lucky with eye shine. It's a moment, it's a brief moment you just see, and you can end up getting really, really lucky out here. But otherwise, it can be quiet. It really depends. But winter makes things so much easier for us. It's open, it's not as dense, it's not as thick, you can see much further, you can pick up eye shine, especially with this spotlight, really, really far. And that's when you get your janets, your white-tailed mongooses, and all your nocturnal owls. You could potentially get honey badgers, porcupines, but you have to be really, really lucky. You have to also drive slowly. Nocturnal animals are generally not habituated, and I'm very much generalizing here, but okay, your predators are, but the animals that I mentioned, they come out at night, so they're not really used to the vehicles, and therefore, if you're driving too fast, they're not going to hang around. You rarely see these animals in summer because the sun sets later. It's hot, it's sticky. Animals take a long time to wake up and come out at nighttime in summer. But we've had a lucky drive so far, so I'm really hoping we get lucky with some eye shine. That is not Impala. Okay, we're going to continue on our nocturnal bumble and see what else we can find.
Welcome back to Ngala. So we are still on our bumble hoping for the night creatures. So I remember some couple of days back I have mentioned to the viewers that I have seen my first serval. Guess what? Earlier this week I saw my second serval in our property here, which is quite exciting for me, you know, because like I did mention, or I might have mentioned in some of my drives, that there are still some animals that I haven't really seen, which includes amongst others a aardvark. I would really like to see that one. I have never seen one, so I'm just glad I got to see my second serval, and I hope it won't be the last. But yeah, of course, some of these animals we have seen a lot of, and lately even so, like the civets. Like I have seen a lot of civets lately. A caracal also I've seen once. It is one other animal that I would love to see again. And there are those sort of animals that you don't see, not that they're not here, but more because they're not that easy to see. And there are those animals that you take a long time to see just because they don't really occur in numbers, at least in our area. So animals like a cheetah. So when you do go down memory lane, you'll know the last time we saw a cheetah here was actually a long time ago. So those are some of these animals that we would really appreciate to see. And I just hope that maybe one makes its way from Kruger or somewhere close to our area here. Even if it's just a day visit, I'm sure we can all appreciate it occasionally, you know, those sort of surprises. Sorry about that. And of course, sometimes we'll have to be listening on the radio here to get updates of what is currently happening in the area. So this road we are driving now is a road parallel to the Timbavati Dry riverbed. And we haven't seen anything yet, or heard it for that matter. Sometimes you would hear birds like the Vero eagle owl, you know, calling from this. So a question from Blackfin wants to know how often do we see snakes? You know, we see a lot of snakes, especially in summer. So because now we are on our winter, and snakes, of course, being reptiles, you know, they are cold-blooded like that. So when it's this cold, you know, that's when they hibernate to try keep away from this cold, because of course they can't really regulate their body temperature like we do, or like these warm-blooded animals would. So occasionally we see maybe the black mamba when the sun is out in the morning, themselves, or even some puff adders. So those are the sort of snakes that we have sort of seen in this time of the year. But other than that, most of them we don't really see in winter. Alright, so we are still on that road parallel our dry riverbed, which I must say isn't as fruitful so far. But yeah, let's keep at it. Then as we drive past some of these big trees here, I try and look up, you know, because much as it's dark, you might be able to see silhouette of a bird if you are looking at that right place at the right time. Yeah, for now, let's send you over to Djuma. Let's see what Cedric might have for us.
I must update you all. The hyenas were just running amok in the area where Kalamba's kill was stolen. She's there, she's moving west now, and there's lots of vehicles with her. And the cubs are running there. It's impossible to put them on camera. And BK can do a really good example of one of the calls. They were contact calling, so hyenas were coming out of everywhere. Okay, Beaks, do it towards my mic.
I can't. Let me try.
Again.
That was funny.
He calls it the ambulance. We could hear it and we were like, okay. But Michael, thank you for your idea. It was Kaikau that stole the kill, one of the males that have been with the clan a while now. And the cubs are obviously, you know, Novella's son is older and may start Novella is much older and is obviously starting to explore, but Ntima's son is still young and just clearly following Novella. And that's the worrying thing, and that's also what happened with Ngwazi and Shimbulu. They were old enough to start exploring, but Hearts too, Pumela and Gingirika were just following. They weren't quite old enough. So they're definitely on Little Gowrie. I saw where they popped out. I'm going to try and work my magic tomorrow and see if I can get someone to scratch around and find an active den. But they're hanging around Gowrie Main on the southern side. So they're not using the same den where the warthogs came out, because I've been checking it every day. But they're still using a den in that area for sure. Oh, Djuma clan. I couldn't believe it when they popped out in the road in front of us. And really, I spend such little time with them, I don't even think I'm able to recognize the cubs immediately. Now, the adults I can, because they don't change. But the cubs change so much. They're growing, they're getting bigger, they're stretching, their spot patterns very prominent. The older ones are losing the fluff. So I barely even recognize them anymore. Luckily I got you guys. But at least we got to see them, and at least we know they're okay. Roz! I know you, Roz. You're a beautiful lady up in Buffelshoek, who very often feeds us good food and gives us the occasional G&T when we need it. Roz, to be honest, at the moment, obviously the team is different. The team has reduced. It's not as big a team as it used to be. And we just try to keep it really, really fair. So we switch the cameraman each day just to keep it spicy. I'm sure if BK was with me every single day, he'd go crazy. Huh, Beaks? And we just try to really keep it fair. And maybe if there's something happening, for example, Sabui's den the other day, we got special permission to go into Annette's. And what's that in there, Beaks? 1 o'clock. I'm going to shine the spotlight to direct you and take it back off again. Through here. And basically, Davi knows that area. So I specifically went with Davi just because he's got a lot of... You see the eye shine? He's very familiar with the area. Oh, is that an antelope? Yes, okay. An impala sitting down. We don't want to disturb you. So we just switched out. Davi came because he knows that part of the world and I don't. So really, we just try to keep it spicy, keep it fair. I think we're out here for 7 hours a day with each other. So, you know, if we get stuck with each other for too long, we may end up just killing one another. No, I'm teasing. There's a lot of love in the team, but it's good to hear from you, Roz. And really, we just go with the flow. So I'm on quarantine. I'm going to scratch around, see what else I can find.
We know their names, we see their hands, and we sometimes hear their muffled voice. One thing for sure is that WildEarth wouldn't be possible without the people behind the camera. It is often easy to forget the presence of the camera operator until you seamlessly follow a bird as it swoops through the air. And then you realize that you are the camera. Everything you see is because of a job well done. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and join Lauren at the fire on Saturday the 31st of July as she chats to David and BK to find out why they do what they do.
My name is Moritz and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond Angala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We've just stopped to admire the impala, as you always should. The only impala we've seen today was in the jaws of a Misi. It was naturally Kalamba's kill, but she didn't hoist it. She put it in a very difficult spot. BK and I have had a very tough drive in terms of trying to navigate round the Mulwati, make sure we've got signal and get round all the thicket. But I'm glad we found her. Kalamba does that. She stashes a kill, even if it's hoisted. She'll stash it and she'll move a little bit away, so she won't be in the immediate vicinity. She won't be underneath the tree that it's hoisted in or next to the tree that it's stashed in. She'll move away. So she's always there. So when it's Kalamba, you've got to know to sort of widen the perimeter of your search. You'll find her. She just isn't right next to the kill. That's very typical of Kalamba. Whereas Tingana, for example, in my experience with him when he was territorial, he would just be with the kill or underneath the kill. It's amazing how you start to pick up on their little quirks and their little behavioral patterns. And they do have them. But you've got to spend a long time with these animals, and I'm sure some of you who have been watching for a long time now have also picked up on these quirks and these behavioral patterns. Predictable routes. They're animals just like us at the end of the day, but it really has been a good drive. Started off slow, but we got really lucky with Kalamba. She didn't get lucky though. Yeah, look, the ram's got his head up. No one else does. He needs to look out. And there's always a lookout, especially at nighttime. He can see at nighttime. He can most definitely hear. And he's equipped with a fantastic sense of smell. It's rare to see an impala herd with all the heads down. Oh my goodness, I didn't get that, Elton, one more time. Everett? You are asking, am I afraid? Avril as in Avril Lavigne. Okay, I got you, skater boy. Avril, beautiful name. Yes, of course, because it's a big bad world out there. But I also am level-headed enough to know that not all the animals out here are going to make it. And it's sad. And I had to deliver the news about one of the Nkuhuma sub-adult males this morning. And just nature. Humans can't jump in and rescue. We can't stop nature taking its place. Unless, of course, we have caused damage or we have caused problems. But not everyone's going to make it. Especially with cubs. Leopard cubs, lion cubs, hyena cubs, cheetah cubs, wild dog pups. The mortality rate is high. Even with Ethiopian wolves, even with impala lambs. That's why they flood the market, because they're not all going to make it. So by flooding the market, that's what we call it, the technique, the sort of breeding strategy, is successful is still not going to mean that they're all going to make it. They say it's about 50%. So of course I'm afraid for them. I've put so much energy and love and care and observation into the Djuma clan. But I am aware that nature will take its place. And look what happened to Shimbulu. It was terribly sad that evening. It was obviously heard on the dam cam, but... So yes, Avril, I am afraid for them. And Tima's son is young and just following the bigger ones. There's lots of predators. Especially where we are in the Sabi Sands, there's a high density of predators. And the impala know exactly that. But it has come to the end of our sunset bumble. The sun has long set. But as you know, we are always out for a sunrise every morning. So a big thank you to you all for jumping on board. Thank you for all your comments and questions. And please do join us tomorrow. Until then, have a great night.